you should. I don't brutally honest. You should probably fucking quit. And really
No,
focus.
that's true too.
It takes a ton of time and a lot of heartache and a lot of sacrifice to not make progress. It'd be like trying to be an Olympic athlete and always making.
Sorry, Harvey. I'll be right back, Harvey. I'm being called in.
You're a dick. Normally I wouldn't complain, but he's a dick.
So what have I missed? Anything happened? I mean, it was kind of a slow period anyways until this week.
Well, Zero left to help with his dad. His dad had an injury.
Yeah.
Or whatever, so he flew back.
Yeah, I was there
so
when
the
he
room went to shit.
Yeah.
The room basically went to shit for a while. He wasn't streaming or doing.
Yeah, but honestly, there wasn't a trade though. We were in a consolidation mode for like 2 weeks.
Oh, absolutely.
But there was no trade. Like I couldn't find anything either. Huh?
Like Hamster Long right now, right? There's Hamster Long right now, but.
Well, see, even like a day like today, I don't like it because it's like it's an inside day, so it's not the best trading environment.
That's kind of what I'm saying. Like the move happened, and basically now I'm like going, oh fuck, I gotta wait until whatever.
Yeah, you have to wait now.
Yeah, like London close maybe. But I didn't really think that it's going to do something. Oh, 1 o'clock. We're waiting for. Now we're looking at crude oil. Like you see where I'm at now. I'm like, so I could spend from now until whatever trying to get an edge on crude, basically. Instead of just staring at this bullshit hamster back and forth shit, right? Like now, Fat Cat kills it. Every single day, he'll come in and just.
Yeah, but he's doing a dumb trade. He's a dumb trader. That's
exactly
different. Entirely different.
Yeah. Even that is an evolution in itself, right? It's taken me years, well, a couple of years to actually follow what he does. At one point when he was streaming like all the time, I would actually kind of just join the stream, and because he never really comes out and says I am short or I am long, like, so I would always take a joy in trying to decipher which way he was leaning.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, yeah. I still don't really get the volume profile the way he does. That's he's so confident that he's just like, oh, it's going up. I'm like, oh, really? Wow. On his call, I'm gonna say he's 90% right. Almost like, you know what I mean? He's right 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Now, how do you get into it, and how much he calls it drama does it take to get trade on, right? Yeah. Like right now, this is a big dirty consolidation period, right? Like in a sense, like we're a sideways range. You would want range advantage, and then which side, I don't know. I would almost suggest that we're going down more.
I think if we print 62 and a quarter, we're going down.
Right. But at that point, at 62 and a quarter, you've lost all your advantage, right? Like you're on a breakout now. So how do you trade that? So he tries to time it, right? So, I'm the worst at this because by the time I figure it out, like the third pulse of a, say, range or whatever, and it don't work anymore for me. Like I push the button at the exact wrong time, almost every single fucking time. NQ is reaching to the top of this range, and if I were to go short here, more than 90% of the time, I'm probably going to get my fucking, not going to work for me. Look at it work today. So circling back to retro or the whole, this is not a job for the laziest person to make quick ticks, like the illusion says, right? The true, long haul people I guess remember I was saying this to you, Retro. It was like they have le passion, right? And they constantly are trying to do better. Basically, you don't
Yeah.
just I got it now. It's good, right? It's never. I don't think this job is ever. I got it and we're good. I don't think that's a thing. Like you can have edge, but keeping it. There you go. You can have edge, but keeping it sharp is up to you. Yeah, and look at there's this guy, another blown combine.
So what I find
Who's
interesting
this guy?
today is
It's just a guy. He's really negative. See, and negativity breeds negativity. This guy will probably never be successful because he's so negative. Sorry, Timmy, go ahead.
we have pretty high, or had pretty high futures volume, right? Still rather high volume. But directional options volume today is not that high. Open interest is, though, of course. Find that very interesting. Piotr, what do you see? So I don't see that much volume being moved.
And it's really concerning because Zero put this blanket statement out here. If you're interested in joining a rigorous team group, blah blah blah, right? If anybody read that and they want to join the they want to join, but this guy, I don't know if he even did that, right? Like I don't think he. Yeah, see, he didn't even join.
Who are you talking about?
The RDUBZ 85. See, some people just don't want. I don't want to call people out, but I am going to. Specs don't want to listen. He doesn't want to change. He doesn't want to. Do you know what I mean? Like he's just like, well, I do it like this, and I'm like, well, great. How is that working for you? Right? Like, how is your full-time job working out for you? Basically, it's kind of like I don't want to be rude, but like, how is your full-time job working out? Like, sorry, right? If you don't
Harvey.
do the work, it's hard, right? Like that's the whole point. Even if you, I say there's a commitment here, and it's not just free fucking money. Specs once said to me, he goes, "I can't wait to trade 100 lots." And I go, "Okay, great."
Oh my
So then you
God.
get 30. Well, no, but then you get like, let's just say you get 30 ticks or whatever, and he goes, "Oh yeah, that'd be great." I'm like, "That's 30 grand. Now what?" Like that's not retirement money. That's not even if you hit 300 grand. That's still like, what are you talking about? This is a job that you constantly have to. This isn't a lotto, Powerball fucking nonsense. Like it's, I don't know. I guess I'm just reinforcing the fact that you need to work your dick off or your parts off. Sorry, Retro, you're not here, but you have to work your parts off to make this really work as a thing. So I guess I get frustrated with people that don't even want to push the thumbs up button to an offer so gracious as what Zero is laying out here on the table. But you're willing to blow.
What is that thing?
Bitch about it, right?
Are you guys doing another combine thing together?
Yeah, Zero.
Like a round 2?
I don't fucking know why the fucking guy wants to do it, but it looks like we're gonna do it. You know what? To be honest, it helps me. It helps me to, you know what I mean? Because if I don't have pressure, I suppose I could slack a bit as well. So I like
Yeah, it keeps you accountable.
Yeah, like I got like I need to show up every fucking day. You know, you can't be hungover and not come in. You have to come in. Period. How about that?
How about this, Harvey? If I don't do it,
Oh,
I'm
shit,
leaving
you're
this
here.
goddamn Discord.
Okay. See, so I have at least got him to this point, guys. So don't fucking ruin it.
I thought about just disappearing. I was like, ah, fuck. I enjoyed.
Absolutely, I know you did, and I was like, already had my detective skills were already on it, so I know what's.
He was on top. He was on to you.
App was trying
I'll
to.
show up and be like, I'll be like knocking on your door and be like, who the fuck is this white dude? I'll be like,
You're white?
guess what? I'm staying on your.
Zero's not white.
Don't be an asshole, dude. You know, no, sorry, I'm Chinese. You're right. From the waist down.
Oh, jeez.
What?
What is
Here we
going
go.
on?
Yeah, this is why Russia doesn't show up anymore.
Jesus.
How can you not enjoy the humor? Come on.
Come on.
Oh, by the way, I'm staying on your couch for 6 months
Oh, jeez.
while I'm there. Tell your wife. I know how to swaddle like a motherfucker. Don't worry.
Oh, you're going to show up at his place. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know when
Do you know
that.
what a swaddle is yet? You don't know what a swaddle is? Yet? Oh,
I do. Okay,
you
calm
better
down.
type that in there and figure it out because it's key. It's pretty important.
How's your wife's pregnancy coming along?
Not good. Not good at
Tell
all.
her.
Actually.
Tell her.
What?
Yeah, she still has like crazy morning sickness.
Oh, wow.
She feels bloated all the time. It's not great.
What's the food? What's her food? Does she have a food?
She eats a
here?
lot of
Crazy.
sugary shit. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's her thing. That's the
Yeah.
thing, like gummy worms or some shit. Yeah.
She always likes sugary shit. And then like I'll tell her and we get into argument. So I learned to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Wait, did you guys pick a name? I can't remember. You did, though.
We
Or you
did.
just got.
Boy, though, right?
Yeah, it's a boy.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a boy?
Yeah, it's a boy. So we
So are
can't
you
use Evie.
saying you could use Evan?
That's not a bad name, but I know of. You know how like sometimes like you know someone named Evan and you fucking
Yeah,
hate him.
yeah.
And you're like,
yeah.
but you like the name.
Yeah.
You know, so I was
Right,
like,
right.
I can't use that name now.
That's just gonna remind me of that dude all the time. Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought
that piece
did
of
I tell you
shit.
that my wife's what is it? My wife's cousin or something like that has 2 kids. Eve
Your wife's husband has 2 kids?
cousin.
Oh, cousin.
Cousin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, cousin. So yeah, Evan and Eve. Yeah, those are the names.
Oh, that's
nice.
cute. That's really cute. Yeah.
I will ask the wife again about Evan, see what she says.
Pop Suey? Is that what you're about to say?
No.
Dad, look at the name. Look at the Elon's baby's name. You're doing
He should be in
Elon's.
jail. Honestly, he should be
You're
in jail.
doing you're doing Elon's bidding. You know, he wants everybody to have babies because they're underpopulated.
He says we're underpopulated?
Yeah. Well, because the birth the birth I said that wrong. The birth rate has been declining. So if you extrapolate it,
Is it
we'll have
really?
fewer people. Oh yeah,
I mean,
it has been. Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah.
I always thought it was
well,
like we're overpopulated. I think we're only
populated, but our
No,
ratio.
I don't think we are.
Where it was like
They're-
1940s, they would have 6 kids. 1960s, they had 3 kids. 1980s, they had 1. You know what I mean? And now you're planning to have 2. You see what I mean? most people are having just one kid now instead of 6
No,
kids.
most people are not having children. It's zero.
Or
Like
not
the
having-
Gen Zs don't want to have kids.
So
Um,
retro, like I don't disagree with you on what you just said. Gen Zs don't want to have kids, right? I'm questioning whether we're actually whether the population is decreasing because just because Gen Zs don't want to have kids doesn't mean like all these like the poorer people are having fucking kids like left and right. You know, like
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I'm not.
the birth rate trends in the U.S. are definitely declining. That has been happening for like 20 years,
Yeah, that
maybe even
don't-
30 years. And according to Elon, he said something like the world, and we aren't populated, like it's not like we're consuming all of our resources on Earth. So we actually can have more people on Earth because we're
Right.
not consuming everything. Like the world can sustain a much larger population than we currently have.
That's a
It doesn't mean we should, but I do think it
Well,
plays
that's
a role in like
disgusting
GDP
statement.
growth. No, but it plays a role in GDP and output and productivity.
No, I'm not
Because
saying
like
it's
if you
your
don't have
statement,
workers,
the statement would be like,
Nah.
oh, well, I have money in my wallet, so I'm going to spend it, right? It's like, oh, that's just not the right way of doing things.
no, I think his point of view comes from like productivity, which I do agree with. Like you need people to do jobs. Like not all the jobs are going to be by AI. Like that's not. Yes, some portion of the jobs will be, through technology, but you still need human capital. You still need, I don't know, people to pick, I don't know, corn or
Actually,
whatever
most
people do on
says right,
farms.
but the problem is that still, there's not a whole big lineup for people to do the shitty jobs.
That's what I mean.
Like,
Like you still need those people to do these jobs.
but they don't want to do it, right?
And that's why you do need like a
There's
better
lowest class
immigration
people, they
policy
still
too.
just don't. Yeah.
retro. I'm looking at the
I know
world.
people that are immigrating to get to a lesser job or better
Right,
environment.
right.
I'm looking at the world population year
Yeah.
by year. Now, of course, I don't know if this source is fair or accurate because I don't
All right.
have that information too. But it seems like we're just chugging on up, and the only times that it decreased was like 1971, and then like certain years like will decrease by like 0.02%,
Right.
or 0.05%. We are decreasing as far as birth rate goes, but the population's increasing. So prior to the year before, we may not be producing as much, like percentage increase, but the
Right.
population is still climbing.
It's still growing. Yeah.
Which I think it's again, I agree with you. I think like China's having an aging problem, and so is like Japan, and I don't think the US has that big of a problem, but I can see why they're encouraging it. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like the whole working age.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't disagree with it. I don't think we have as big of a problem as say like China or like Japan or
No, I don't think we're that far
yeah.
because we also have immigration, right? So the population, whether it's through birth rate, like I think the U.S. is going to be
Firmly
okay as long as we manage immigration. We should have enough people always coming in, and so the productivity never goes down.
Yeah.
But China obviously is like those are different problems. Like those are like systemic, and it's gonna take a while to correct.
Agreed. Bonds are breaking out, so it's going to be really difficult for the indices to get lower. Unless it's a
So I think bonds are. So I've been watching them for a while. Well, not a while, but I think it's at an inflection point. So if they keep going up, so I think there's a long case to be made for bonds. If the market goes up, bonds will go back up too, just because they have been positively correlated, and we still have high inflation. We're not at 2%, and are we going to get there next year? I don't know. Maybe we will, but until we really get to like low inflation numbers or Fed targets, inflation is still there. And by the way, food inflation is still fucking there. All right. Like, I don't care about this headline inflation number. Food is still fucking expensive compared to last
It's
year.
weird because it's like if food
It's not
hits
gonna go
first.
down either, right?
Yeah, and it won't.
The thing about
What do you
this is
mean?
this
What do you
is-
mean food
you
hit
don't
first?
really, you can't really backpedal because you have there's two things, right? You can't backpedal too far because then it actually lets people know that you're a greedy prick. And it was all just make believe, right? Like, oh, the supply chain and this and that. Well, that's why we raised it. But then the supply chain issue is fixed itself, remedied itself, whatever. Yet the price hasn't come down, and it's like, well, why hasn't price come down? Oh, well, we got to come up with another. I mean, you don't want to look like a greedy prick, but we have to.
Right.
Again, we touched on all this yesterday with. I touched on it with Number, and it was, like the guy. I think it's Loblaws was trying to justify. Chow can maybe sound off to this, but he was trying to justify his $5.4 million salary and saying that, oh, well, food costs, they are what they are, and my salary is right in line, right? But you just got $1 million raise, right? Or whatever dollar raise.
Yeah.
You're not giving it back to the people, right? And that's the number one job of a good business is to pay salaries. You're not here to give anybody free handouts. You're here to increase. I need my fucking Christmas my bonus, right? I need my new boat, basically. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'm agreeing that, but inflation of food, it can't go backwards, right? Because now we have all this, like Christmas trees. Christmas trees have gone up, and the guy's like, oh, well, fertilizer and fuel and all this, and I'm like, what fertilizer? What fuel? Like, what are you're just making up bullshit now. Like, there's no, well, we have to transport those trees. You transport your trees to a better place where you get more money for them. You don't have to transport the trees, right? Like, you're transporting them into a, more of a city setting, so you can actually capitalize on those people, basically, right? I'm going to charge more if you're in a downtown core for a tree than you would anywhere else. So how do you justify? That'd be like the electrician trying to charge me gas money to come to my job. I'm like, well, how about you just don't go to work today, asshole? Like, paying gas is a pay to play kind of thing, right? Like, if you don't pay for gas, how are you going to get there? Like, nobody at Walmart gets paid travel time to get to work, right? Like,
No, but all those fuel costs get passed on to the consumer in one way or another.
yeah, but I mean, I get it, but at the same time, like, there's also this bullshit gouging on borderline, right? It's borderline bullshit gouging, and they're trying to justify this. They're trying to justify the inflation instead of backpedaling and saying, okay, look, we had a little bit of inflation. We're going to tear our pricing back, and then, we're going to move forward. They won't ever tear back, though, because they're like, well, here's the new, right? Here's the new, we're going forward from here. Deal with it, basically. And now it lays onto employment, right? Like, where's our raises and where's our, like that kind of stuff, right? So and I was trying to explain this to my kids. I was like, you want a raise, but to get the raise, the corporation has to raise pricing so you can get paid more for building said product.
Right.
Which, it's a vicious circle, right? Vicious circle.
Yeah, but I mean, I think for the market and for news purposes, media purposes, inflation is under control, right? So that's how the market's reacting to it.
Right.
But underlying inflation is still there, right? So the point is, bonds can still rally from here because if the market's going to rally, the bonds will rally because of the positive correlation. But also, if we do get into recession, then bonds should rally in that respect as well. So in both cases, bonds rally. It's basically what I'm saying. And so for now, I presume to have a long-term view of long bonds.
Is
So in my research
anybody?
last night, it was stocks need bonds. Bonds don't need stocks.
Yeah.
Jeez, he was filled. Okay.
You talking about that 900 lot at 72?
Yeah, and he got filled.
I don't know if he got filled because I didn't see it wick up like that. It was sitting at 72.50.
There's 650 market lot in with one order. I think he took it.
I did see some offers starting to stack in front of him. Once people saw that, they tried to front run him. It looks like, but I think he pulled it.
Yeah, I don't see it
know.
filled. I only see 300 in that area, 300, 200. Unless I'm talking about the most recent. But I didn't see it stacked. I don't know what it was
Wait, I can actually.
limited.
Here you go. I think he's gone. I think he was spoofing.
Okay. Is anybody of you guys following this Michael Gate guy, the CTA?
No.
His case for long bonds is that there's still a credit risk event coming, and that's why bonds have been long recently.
That's like the Men in Black.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can have a credit
because
risk if the market's up and it continues to go up. You lessen the chances of credit risk. Now, if you don't have any rate cuts next year, I mean, right now they're saying you can have 3, but say you don't have any, then you can still have a credit risk, right? Because you're still paying 5%, or you're actually paying more than 5% on any sort of credit that you've taken or any of these companies have taken. And some of them may have to refinance next year or whatever. And if you don't have any rate cuts, then you still are in the same situation as we're in today because rates have not budged. But if equity markets still continue to perform, then that it doesn't really put a whole lot of pressure on credit markets, right? Because you kind of need, you would need some other, right now, it's really optimistic for next year, which I think is, yeah, sure, it's optimistic now. We'll see what it is in 6 months.
Bankruptcy is still surging?
They are, but they're kind of, I've seen a lot in, say, retail markets, like the retail stores, and I don't think that's going to cause a massive credit shock, right? You need some of the bigger companies, banks, obviously, if there are banks in trouble, that always causes some sort of systematic
DOJ.
shock. Maybe, yeah.
I mean, it is kind of interesting that Mr. J. Paul basically said no pivot, no pivot, no pivot. Pivot.
No, it's kind of crazy how dovish he was. I was like, what?
Yes, he basically pivoted.
Yeah.
In a matter of 2 weeks with almost no data. And from then he said the recent data points that came out 2 days ago were essential in the opinions of a few of the members. When basically all the time before they said that it's an ongoing determination of longer term developments and not being shot-eyed.
Right. But I do think election year has a big role to play. So I'm pretty sure they told him to
For sure.
say this shit.
Yeah,
Because-
well, the last thing is that Janet's not going to want to mess around with that. You know, screwing up anybody's campaign. If you were,
Yes, if the market implodes, it's
Oh,
basically
no.
Trump all the way again.
No, and the Democratic Party is already in like big, big trouble. So they can't have the shit that's happening to them now and then also like a shitty market on top of it. Like it's highly improbable.
okay, man.
Yeah, so keep a eye out for long bonds. At least that's what I say for now.
What?
Um, I forgot. Today's the 15th. That's what's going on.
What do you mean?
Oh. It's it's triple witching.
Oi, Harvey, I was right about oil.
Oil? What?
Just a bit late, but I was right. Do you remember?
I
Or did the alcohol wash it all away?
I don't
Boy.
know. Yeah, you'll have to refresh me because I think we touched on many topics.
The short, man, the short.
Typical. Yeah, no, and then 1-2 buckle my shoe, and here it is, right here at this M level. I was gonna take it this morning, but I felt like I was chasing it, and then lo and behold, it actually backpedaled right off of that level. Came all the way back up and then flushed out. Well, we all have demons and we have to work through them. So get over it, Timmy.
Huh?
I'm happy as hell. We hit 2030 in Russell. I don't know what to say. All I have to do is start listening to myself. It's like John's freaking write-ups. The only person that doesn't read John's write-ups is John.
Russell is still overextended as fuck.
Oh, cool. I got a new follower, Shishi.
Man, I've got so many of those. and they all want to be friends with
Yeah,
me.
she
It's so nice.
just hearted me. That's awesome.
Yes, I've got Chatosi, MC Saki. What is going on?
You know, I get them too, and I'm like, why do I get
Yeah.
them? I don't know why they're targeting me.
Now I want to see if I have friends.
Well, you never know. You never know
What do you
until
mean
you
you
know.
never know?
You never know until you know.
Are they trying to convince me? I don't get it.
Oh, ain't nobody's following me. I have no followers.
Oh, Bayman.
Long Aussie, who shit.
Bayman, you gotta be more active.
I have Timmy, and
That's
that's
funny
it.
because I'm actually looking at Aussie right now. Look at me. So close yet so far.
I'll post some.
You just have to
Erica
like,
likes
I
my
don't even post. You just have to like other people's posts and they come find you.
Then they can find you.
Then the trolls, then they all come behind. They just come and attack.
If you like it, they will come.
I don't get
Yeah.
it must be driven by some AI because the amount of effort it would take to keep up with it. Like if you did it
Oh, yeah.
like one by like wow, it'd be incredibly hard. For what goal though? Like you know what I mean? Like what it'd be hard to live like that, eh? Constantly trying to scam somebody, and it's like trading. One out of every 100 scams, I get a good home run. It's gotta be a hard job. Nasdaq, where are we? I gotta get some yellow lines in here. Nope. Nope.
Look at her. She likes my post. Isn't she lovely?
Yeah.
I'm not clicking on it. I don't want any more of these.
Don't click it.
I don't need any more. I'm not clicking it. I just know not to click some things.
Don't click it.
I am liking, I'm looking for a long right now in crude. If we get a pullback for it. I think.
Look.
But we all know that crude doesn't like the pullbacks.
Potentially zoom out because this is just a that could be a long up to the major level, and then if that, and then we're actually shooting for more short here, right?
That's so
Zoom
I
out a bit.
am zoomed out. Do I need to zoom out more? Let me find out.
Yeah, maybe. Like, this might be it. Like, I don't know. That's the thing with the markets, right? Everybody sees it totally different.
Yeah. So on like a bigger, like a daily, I kind of saw that big run up as a reversal to go higher, and then we pulled back. So I'd be looking for a long down here. And then on the hourly, we got a reversal and we pulled back, which is where we're at right now. And this kind of was the area I was wanting to pull back to get long, like over the last 24. Like I was looking for it yesterday too. But now that we were down there, I was in a short, and I like covered my short and kind of didn't get the action to get long yet.
I guess I do see the structure you're talking about. I just we're on a Friday. If you were going to swing trade this, that'd be one thing. But I guess I want to see. It's just like the bonds bottom. It was really crafty, and they made you feel like you were super late until you weren't, right? And I guess what I'm saying is that I would like to see more confirmation. I want to get up to do this pattern, get up to 76, then pull back, then we'll go longer, right? So,
Oh, get up to 76, and then yeah,
right. Like, so if we go short
Yeah.
here, we're gonna go. If it were a long, we would go short here until 69.30 or whatever, and then we would hold, right? And then that wouldn't be enough confirmation for me, but that would get us going long there, right?
So you're looking for another leg up, like on the hourly,
Yeah,
essentially.
no, a whole nother, I
Yeah.
guess cycle or whatever, another rotation. Because crude is being really the same idea as bonds. It was really bitchy at the bottom, right? It didn't really want to give it away for free. So hamster, I guess until we get to that point. And then, it's really bad because like every time we get to that point, it's like I feel like, holy fuck, we're late. Like we're super late. Like that amount of time that goes by, that could easily put us crude to January 15th
Mhm.
or something, like a full month from here, right? Like it'd be like, oh fuck. And as humans, we're always like, I need to do something now.
Planned day trading. Like,
Yeah, day trading, hence the
Still gotta look
day
up.
trading.
still gotta look up for
But
a setup.
back to what Retro was saying, potentially, that's why I draw all these stupid lines on my charts. If you can keep yourself busy, potentially with some research or something, not playing Candy Crush like Zero, just stay busy, I guess, during these times, right? Or you gotta wait, I guess.
Well, that was my waiting. I was waiting for this in crude. Like this was the level I was trying to get.
Give her. Don't make me stop you. I'm just give her.
Oh, I'm still going.
Give her.
I'm still gonna try it if we pull back.
Good.
It's always fun. Like anytime I'm actually right about a level, like anytime I am genuinely right about a level, I never get the price action to actually get into it. Or I just miss it. Kind of like what you were just saying. I like wait for that confirmation, and then then I'd have to chase it.
Short-term bonds look a little bearish right now. Are we coming down? Not yet. See, so this could be still setting up for another leg down on the indices.
Oh man. If it goes now, I'm crying.
Goes.
I put BE too fast. No.
Don't we have like? Did Zero say anything about new levels? Like, I feel like we should be getting
I feel like
new levels.
like the annual close or whatever is really
Yeah.
important, and potentially levels will be the built from that point forward.
Yeah, maybe.
But
Yeah.
again,
Or the
some
opening of
these
next
levels,
year.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like these levels go away though, right? So I don't know how many
Right.
new levels can be kind of built
Added.
almost.
I mean, if the market keeps going up, isn't that even like harder because that is like you don't really have historical levels.
Oh, I hate all-time high. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like you're always just kind of going with the next leg up, and that's it. So
Yeah, I hate
that's
that.
why bull, because bull, right? If you look right after COVID, look at where the hell were you supposed to get in?
I know.
It's just
Where do you
like-
get in?
And then pull back, and then it goes
Just
up, and it goes
anywhere,
back.
I
So,
guess.
yeah, but and that's what I've actually been kind of trying to work on in my head is like when we're on a trend, stop being dumb and hurry up and get on. Like almost get on.
No, but you still have to get on a pullback. Any
Sure,
pullback, but it has to be a
or you have to
pullback.
release your risk a bit, right? Like you have to open up your risk almost.
No.
Maybe use a different product then. Maybe use an option at that point, right? To open up your risk.
Yeah, true.
I don't fucking believe it. Oh man. Oh.
What'd you do?
You didn't short.
I got filled at 75.50, put it to BE because I was certain they are not gonna tick me out. They ticked me out and now it's going.
Oh my god. That's frustrating.
It was a beautiful shot from a dumb perspective.
Where was your stop?
Gonna be included below this PM.
I had no stop really.
Yeah, baby.
No
That's what I'm
stop
talking
needed.
about.
It's a classic scalp, John. You know those in and out. Oh, come on.
That was funny.
I am long crude. And short Russell again.
Fuck, man. It's also great market selling in the 10-year. Come on.
Are you watching the Dom and all those, Timmy?
I can show you my execute window. Oh, wait.
Oh, that makes my head hurt, Timmy. So the answer to John's question was yes.
My question is, why do they have to be so wide? What's all that black shit? Can you cut some of that out? Or like narrow the gray or I don't know.
So you have
Yeah.
Jigsaw. Is this
Better or-
Jigsaw?
Nope,
No,
that's
it's
the error.
not.
Oh wow. Okay.
It's like a Santos. You never met Santos, did you, Tim?
Officially?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I have.
But he's heard of the
with
legend.
that Sierra stuff.
Ugh. Legendary designer.
Yeah, praised him for his Sierra.
He finally gave me like some of his Sierra formatting,
Cool.
like his background color. It's custom.
Yeah.
and I have it now.
That's a great honor coming from Santos.
He's actually so nice. Like he's like very helpful, you know. So he's like, and he's also like, really good at formatting. So one time he was like formatting my charts. He's doing all these things, and I'm like, okay. Like I didn't ask, but he's like, doing it all. And then I didn't hit save, and it all like one of what? I felt so bad. I was like, oh my god. He's like, you saved it, right? I'm like, I was like, I don't know how to answer this.
Oh,
He spent like I think like an hour just like adding like the DOM to my chart and all this other stuff and then formatting it. I'm like, I don't know if I really need this. He's like, no, it'll help you. I was like, okay. And then he, because he sent me like a study or something. I think it was a study. And then when you add it to your chart, like there's like the thing like that has the plus sign. Like it'll erase all of your studies and put that one study on. Or like it'll like erase your chart and put that one thing on. So that's like what I did. I was like, oh shit.
It's hilarious because
He's
it's
like,
like
well,
the name of a stripper. Let's all get Sierra
true.
up on the stage.
that's my
She can be a
girlfriend.
nasty one. She has terrible customer service, and but she can really shake her money.
You want a picture of my desk setup? Wait, let me get my phone.
I think he's only got 2 monitors, which is impressive, I suppose, with all that
Damn it.
stuff.
5.
Oh, he has 5.
Uh.
Wow. How many? What do you got, Retro? Do you have? How many screens do you use?
So I have 4 screens, but 2 of them are laptop screens. So those don't really count. They're small.
Yeah, you don't move them.
She's never at her desk anyway. She's always on vacation.
That's the laptops, John. That's the laptops.
That's why you need laptops.
Yeah. I think, what was it, Slim Trady? Was he talking about that? I kind of skipped through some of this stuff, right? I think he was talking about building a laptop. Yeah, here it is here. Oh no, that was John. In the hardware software section, there's like a laptop.
I was just sharing some,
$2.
stuff. That's all.
Is that good? Is that what you want? Because I feel like I need to upgrade my computer, like my laptop, before it explodes. Do you know what I mean? It's like getting a new phone before it blows up. I kind of need to, I don't know. I don't want to get it too early because then it will kind of become obsolete or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it just won't be as good. But I feel like I don't want to be left without a backup, if you were.
I
How
sent
many
you something,
screens?
John.
You only have 1 screen, Harvey?
I only have the laptop screen. It's
You don't need more than
16
one
inches.
screen when you have
That's
200
tough.
Yes,
tabs.
you do, Damon. Yes, you do.
With 200
More
tabs?
is more. I don't know how you run all of
Stand really
this on
close to
there.
the screen, if that counts. Like I'm 2 feet away from the screen.
No, but doesn't it slow it down? Unless I guess maybe you have a souped up laptop.
Exactly. Right. So yeah, exactly. It works. I think I've impressed a lot of people with how well it works, to be honest.
Not to toot my own horn or anything.
I didn't build this. I got another person to pick the specs on it. I don't know shit. Oh, jumpings.
Done going up yet.
Hmm.
I wanted this long, but I didn't take it. Not sure why.
Somebody dropped a few lots there, huh?
I knew there were stops up here for.
Yeah, we like gapped up a couple of gapped up like 2 ticks. Now we came back to fill.
Just broke initial balance high, so let's see what happens. We just came from value area low at the prior session. From I think what was that? Laws of market dynamics that what's his name? Barrett Black preaches. I think
Yeah,
we should test the other side of value.
right.
Huh. Yellow level here in NASDAQ. 87725. Is that basically to the fucking tick or what?
Oh, I don't have that level. Is that a new level?
That's one of mine. It's yellow. It's a technical pivot, basically. That's it. There's nothing fancy.
No.
Booyah.
Morning numbers.
Howdy. How's
Was that
everyone?
like an extra loud can opening?
No, I have different computers at this point, so probably a better mic.
Look at that. Jesus Louise, that sounds beautiful.
Well,
Oh
Yes.
God, Aussie dollar. He's gonna rub that in my face for at least a couple of fucking days. Fuck. Oh, that he just posted it too. What a fucking prick.
Where did he enter? 6688?
Ooh, what?
Just see where he entered. 6688. Interesting. What the fuck?
Oh, you're right. That's not a normal.
He averaged in.
Is that right?
I guess, huh? With another brick there. Otherwise, I don't see him. Oh. Am I? Am I blind? Can't see. Oh no. No, I'm wrong. Didn't average in. Sierra is buggy for me. Were you long crude or what, Payman? Or are you still?
No. No, I'm not still long. I tried to get long again, and I didn't get filled. Actually, no, it was worse than that. I tried to get long again, and then I had to go to the bathroom, so I canceled the order. And it would have filled me if I left it without stopping me out. But it's all good. I had a good day, regardless.
Nice.
I think I'm gonna wait for about 20 more minutes, and if we're in a good area to get short the Russell, I will. But it might start running before then. By waiting 20 minutes, I meant just when Europe closes. I was hoping for one more push-up. Wanting Dow to take out the highs and top tick the highs. Which it actually did. My bad. Damn. That sucked.
Four more.
God damn, that sucks. No. Oh, man.
Oh, goddamn. Saw this announcement. Will Risky be participating?
Oh, you mean in the zeros announcement?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
That would be fun.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good fun. That'd be great.
Hey, Numbers. I was wanting to talk to you about this yesterday.
Dude.
Maybe 2 days ago. So, does Apex have? I'm sure they do have a rule, but do they have like a rule that where it says you have to like trade the account once a week or once a month? Or could I just have a funded account and just have it sitting there?
You got the
I'm not
last time one?
because I'm not certain because what was this back in February or March when I did it for shits and giggles. That really was never a concern because I had a couple automated strategies running on there. I received 2 payouts and then I accidentally held the trading to close. And that violated the terms, and so the accounts were terminated. I'm not certain. Probably could determine that pretty quickly. But I know that's the feedback I've heard regarding Top Step is you have to be trading it actively. Apex, who knows? But aren't they now offering, someone said last night, a 1-day pass?
Like 1-day pass to get funded?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. They didn't as of a week ago,
Let me check.
and I don't see anything about it on their website right now.
Yeah, they do. I got the mail for it.
Oh,
Yeah, they do. It's 1 day. It's in all candor. That's a great improvement to their business model. The reason being is in the past it was 7 days. Now it's people will trade the account more aggressively because they know they can pass in a day versus 7. And then the account reset fees, they'll probably see at least a 30 to 40% increase in their revenue with people trading accounts more aggressively than deciding to reset it, since it's conducive to facilitating a gambler mentality of, I need 1 day to pass this. And then they pass, then they pay the $140 fee, or they pay the partial account fee. Yeah.
That's where they can make a chunk of money. Like,
It's the best business model that are going, man. There's a no-brainer to it. I told Fat Cat, I said, don't worry about a prop firm. Let's just do a combine. And then we'll post it all to YouTube and then sell the fucking data back to them so they can eat it up.
yeah, I was wanting to just keep doing the evals and just kind of save them up, like as I passed them, and not really trade them until I was like a lot more confident. But I feel like there's probably some rule that would keep me, like maybe once a week I'd have to trade it.
No, I think you can do that with the lifetime account. There's nothing in that. I'm not 100% certain. But
I'll
I
check
don't
out
think
that.
you have to trade the lifetime account.
Cool. That would be awesome. I'll check out the contract.
You still need the 10 days, 10 consecutive, not consecutive, but the 10 trading days for a payout.
Mm-hmm.
Holy chinchilla, I am tired.
What are these slips on the time and sales I'm getting here?
Word to the wise. Pacific time or Mountain Standard Time is horrible for markets. I really am beginning to hate it. Every minute of it.
Where you at?
Denver. Ugh. Hold on. Give me 30 seconds.
I feel like you have to be a morning person to be in those time zones. But
So that would be like 7:30 open, correct?
yeah, I mean, like LA would be 7:30. No, 6:30.
Okay, we're back. I went to go take that exclusively for you, Bateman.
I love it. It's beautiful up there, man. Or it would be beautiful if you were maybe not in Denver, but Colorado is beautiful.
It's nice, but it's just time zones aren't ideal because now that I'm having exposure to European markets again.
Oh.
And
You're
then
like
being
waking up at midnight.
waking up at midnight. You mean going to bed at 3 a.m., 4 a.m.? Yeah. It's an absolute clusterfuck. East Coast is a little bit better. Europe is preferred. I mean, trading hours in Europe are fantastic. And now that I'm probably going to be back to prioritizing my own accounts, unless I partner with an SMA, which I have a couple conversations for working with SMAs next week, I'll probably end up back in Europe, to say the very least.
Boom.
Numbers
Well, that
literally
house-
don't make sense.
That house next to me is still for sale.
I expect favors.
Oh God.
This has been not the most pleasant. I don't know about everyone else. Not the most pleasant week for trading because we've gone pretty much straight up. Yesterday, I was on voice with Harvey, a couple other people, and I said I had one area of interest on NASDAQ yesterday, which was about 640-ish to 660-ish. And we ended up having price dump down into that. I had pending limit orders, took a fill, wrote it out for 4-1. But, and I think many of you were, I don't think Bateman was here, but Harvey and Timmy were. And the main reason I said I was interested there was pretty much low volume node transitioning into before FOMC breakout. So pretty much just looking to take a long there, manage risk, and ride it up a little bit. But yeah, it's not been a great week. We've gone straight up with minimal pullbacks besides yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fuck, this isn't fair. NASDAQ's given 3 quality setups this week. Yes, not nearly as much, but NASDAQ has been pretty clean.
So for that, are you just so you mark out levels that you're interested in? Do you
Yep.
just enter at those levels with like an ATR stop? Or are you waiting for price action?
So for discretionary wise, my alert is a couple lots. So I know where I want to trade. A stop is going to be based on realized vol over on a lower time horizon. All that's automated. So let's say I'm looking at a 1 minute time horizon because pretty much everything I'm holding is going to be, unless it's an abrupt expansion, I'm going to be holding often for about an hour, maybe slightly more. But lower time horizon, realized vol stop. So if volatility is accelerating into a level, I'm going to have a slightly larger stop. And then take profit is entirely predicated on a skewed multiple of my volatility-based stop,
Mm-hmm.
which
How's it skewed?
it's often at a minimum 3.5 to 1, up to 6 to 1, depending on the instrument. And then yesterday as well, I took a stop on crude. It was 22, 23, I think I will know, 24, 25 ticks in my favor. Let me look at yesterday. Hold on. What the fuck? Let me look at my fills. Hold on. I'm confused. I'm not sure my time. I have time zones all over the place. I don't know why. Okay, that makes sense. All the days are meshing together right now. Anyhow, yeah, I'm pretty certain yesterday took a stop out on crude, and I think I was looking for 80 ticks. I was 25 ticks in profit, then stopped out for minus 17 or 16 or 17 ticks on average when I look at the fills across the board. But so yeah, my risk is often skewed pretty significantly to the upside. That's the first question I ask in terms of if I have for any of my systematic strategies or discretionary is how can I take a position that skews my risk significantly, where in the trajectory where I'm going down at this point is most of my employees, I'm probably going to be bringing them on board and have two separate entities for quote unquote a family office setup of I'm going to have a fully systematic arm and just my discretionary side, and they will be on salary, and then entitled to, I will be responsible for funding the systematic side, and then each of the 4 employees will be entitled to about 12.5% of the P&L generated in that. I take home 50% of it, and then I'll split it 12.5% between all of them. So they eat what they kill, even though they're going to be on salary.
Are these the people you're still working with right now?
Yeah, there are people with whom I'm still working right now because the conversations I've had, I've told every single firm the numbers don't make sense. I want to compensate my employees well, but because we would be going to more of a traditional hedge fund structure, the main issue that you encounter is right now being at a market maker, they pay a pretty exorbitant market premium versus a traditional hedge fund. All of us will be taking about a 50% base salary pay cut. And in terms of P&L split, I'm entitled to 25% if I'm running a Sharp over 4, 20% if I'm under 4. But yeah, let's say 25%. Okay, great. Then our average returns are roughly anywhere from 20 to 26% a year. 20% being more conservative with an average drawdown of about 4.5% to 5% on most securities. Some are slightly higher. Crude is about a 6.5% to 7% drawdown. Anyhow, more importantly, the initial allocation we were looking to receive, and many had offered it, was since it's hedge fund, not market maker, there's not the capital efficiency. was about 100 million in total notional exposure starting, with scaling up to 300 to 500 within the next 2 years. Well, that sounds great. That's nice. That's fantastic. However, there's one major problem. If we're seeing a 20% return and we have start off first year running at 100 million, well, okay, we generate 20 million in P&L. I'm entitled to 25% of that. Great, that's me 5 million. Well, I'm bringing 4 employees with me and I want them compensated fairly, so then I would split it 50-50 with the 4 employees. So I take home 2.5 million, and each of them take home about 625,000, give or take. I'm left with 2.5. I then pay taxes, depending on where I'm living, but many of them want me in office. And after fees, expenses, everything else, I'm left with about 1 million. So I need $100 million to make $1 million in bonus. Or if I scale up to 500 million, I need 500 million to make 5 million. Those numbers don't make sense when I can make significantly more with a substantially smaller amount because of the capital efficiency of trading my own accounts, particularly offshore. I mean, to generate that same amount, depending on how aggressively I am trading the capital in the account. This isn't my systematic strategy. Systematically, I can run with far less also due to capital efficiency. But about $150,000 gives, and that's assuming you're comfortable with about a 30% drawdown on that 150,000. So P&L of minus 50,000, 60,000 a week in a discretionary regard, you can easily see 10 or 20x that. And okay, that sounds fucking preposterous. What, 20x the capital you're putting in an account? And it's, well, if you're operating under the assumption that you're trading one E-mini contract with at least $2,000 in an account, that gives you about 75 contracts of total exposure. And 75 contracts of total exposure is roughly, with the current price, 235. That's about 15.5 million of notional exposure, and off of that, you'd be generating 2 million in P&L. And that's pretty conservative. So that's then assuming 2 million in P&L on about 16 is giving you 12.5% return annually on your discretionary trading. That's where the numbers are slightly more realistic, is the total exposure is significantly greater because of the capital efficiency of those accounts. So you can go very conservative, 200, 300,000 to generate 2 to 3 times what I'd make with a firm that's giving me $100, $200 million. And I've told them the numbers don't make sense, and they're not also, and because I'm not the founder of the fund, I'm not even going to be receiving a management fee. If they were paying me a management fee, that's a different discussion, because then I will receive 2% of the AUM, and that's a guaranteed bonus at the end of the year. That could make the numbers start to work, but nobody's offered to provide a management fee. So I'm seriously considering, hey, why don't I, at this point, put $400,000 into a systematic strategy account, bring on my employees, trade my accounts discretionarily too, and I pretty much have 2 separate entities giving me 50 to 80 million of notional exposure with 1/50th of the capital necessary, or 1/60th of the capital necessary, while I can still keep the majority of what I make. Because if someone tells you you need $200 million to net $2 million at the end of the year after fees, taxes, paying everyone, and covering expenses, it's kind of, well, why? Why am I doing this? That's pretty much, unless it's an SMA. Numbers don't make sense. Yeah, fuck. spiel finished.
I mean, I guess it's like you could work and make that 2 million, but you don't have to be married to it, right? Because you may not be able to get there in 1 year on your own, potentially.
Oh, in terms of P&L?
And have a, no, in terms of like paying everybody and like if you're going to net like $1 million or 2 million a year and then your employees are going to get whatever they're going to get, can you still generate that in 1 year on your own in your first year?
Oh yeah, it's before I ended up transitioning institutional side. Because I'm not seeing really a bonus this year due to the issues I've expressed prior. Previous years, I've pretty much taken a 90% pay cut this year in regards to base salary because I'm not seeing a bonus. And I've taken money out of my own pocket to provide my employees bonus, as most of them left tech and we're making, as right now, my employees are being paid about a 250 to 275 base, the four of them. It depends on the person, but it's pretty similar. And the expectation was I was going to be generating more P&L because that's what was promised. I'd be up and running without any issue. They would address software architecture. That hasn't been the circumstance. Most of them were expecting about a $250,000 to $300,000 bonus, if not more, if not significantly more. And so I took a bunch of money out of my own pocket to pay them bonuses because I genuinely do value them and the contributions they make to the team as a whole and strategies. I know if I was trading everything in a fully system and on the systematic side, we would have generated about 14%. It would have been a more conservative year. Largely, Russell was the primary contributor to that, and we're working on some other processes. But with it's frustrating to say the least that I'm quicker. And also, here's the other issue: if I have a team at a firm, is that real? If I have a team,
Yeah, I saw it. I saw that reported in a few different places. That's the main thing.
Jesus. Yeah. Their salaries are completely, because they are part of my team, their salaries are completely deducted from my P&L. It's considered a top of the line expense. I'm starting to become more comfortable with the prospect of having it set up of 80, let's say 80,000 a month or something deducted from running it at $80,000 a month in total salary as a business, and then having other expenses because often fees are distributed across most firms with PMs, and my fees are awfully minimal. I've already rejected several offers. Amusingly, I thought I was going to be working this one guy because he really doesn't have any online presence, but pretty much the same age that I am. We had competed numerous times against each other in Founders League championships for tennis and hockey in high school. But when we were going through it, I didn't know how old he was. And then I said, oh, wait, you graduated boarding school the same year I did. It was really odd because it turns out we have a very similar social circle. Well, we did in high school outside of our schools, but how small of a world it actually is. And I thought, oh, this would be fantastic to work with him. And then I realized, wait, these numbers don't make sense because his fund is going to be expanding to about I think 750 million to $1 billion by March of next year. He's collecting a pretty exorbitant 3% management fee. And 25% P&L split. Last year, his firm generated about 17% on roughly the 650, 700 million. So that put overall P&L at about 105 million. He took 25% of that. That's 27 million. However, the 3% fee, he cleared.
How is he getting away with a 3% fee? Like that's.
His Sharpe ratio is significantly higher. His risk-adjusted returns are fantastic. Overall, he does underperform the market in terms of peer returns, but on a risk-adjusted basis, there's pretty considerable outperformance. I wouldn't be receiving any of the 3% fee he charges, and I told him I would make it pay. But I would say after taxes, everything else, he probably cleared more. He is pocketing more in management fees himself than he overall returns. And that doesn't.
They always pocket. Everybody always makes money off the management fees. It's not performance. It's their management fees.
Oh yeah, and that's what doesn't sit right with me. If you want to guarantee me, if you say we're going to grow to $300-400 million allocation for my strategy specifically, and you want to guarantee me, let's say 1.5% or 2% of the 3% management fee, because I'm responsible for the returns for that entire portfolio, I'd say great, fantastic. That's a guaranteed bonus every single year of $2 million, $4 million, $8 million, depending on how large we grow. I'd say that sounds great. Let's do it. But when you don't have that guarantee, it's, well, what if shit goes awry again? And I then don't generate a bonus. Even though all of our infrastructure is self-dependent now, we have no responsibility, or they have no responsibility for us being live and running. It's still a concern that I have. I don't know. As I said, concerning to say the least. But I've been trying to parse that and speaking with numerous of my mentors of, I've had numerous firms tell me, even some of the individuals, which I would say are arguably indignant assholes, people at Tower Research, not good people. But they oddly were encouraging, saying, hey, why aren't you going back and simply setting up a family office and trading your own accounts due to the capital efficiency? You're going to make less here. And it's, yeah, you guys are a bunch of assholes. And the more I reflected on it, it doesn't sound too bad.
Well, at least they're honest, right?
They're honest, but in a very disparaging and denigrating way, because the conversation should have ended after 15 minutes. And the way it continued to develop was primarily asserting their intellectual superiority of they have PhDs, they're running high Sharpe ratio strategies, they're doing complex mathematics, this and that, and it's meanwhile I'm over here. Kind of, okay, yeah, this is nice. It was all in a very disparaging and denigrating manner when I really wanted to say, hey, yeah, you can fuck off with your high Sharpe ratios because none of your strategies scale. You have PhDs. If it wasn't for your infrastructure, you brute force your strategies, almost all. Not to say they aren't smart people, but the majority of individuals which work as market makers or in HFT, they are entirely dependent upon their infrastructure for generating edge because they have access to $50-100 million worth of computation power, which will allow them to reparameterize their 5,000 feature model every single day, which is necessary for them to generate some semblance of alpha. Because if they weren't it's a black box. Most of them are running complete black box. Their strategies, they don't even know how they're structured. Great, you have a selection of what they do on a day-to-day basis is feature extraction. Okay, we have these 40 features which have generated returns over the past 4 days with set expectancy. Therefore, we will run the strategy today and then reparameterize it. And then with the 1 hour market closure, start running it live again during the Globex session and continue on into US session. But if it wasn't for almost $100 million worth of infrastructure, they couldn't do it. And you speak with most of these people, since they have non-competes in place. Those non-competes, you ask them, well, why don't you trade your own money when you can't work for another firm? Well, I don't know. I just didn't, and that's okay. Well, when you were doing really well for yourself, working for whatever other firm, and then you quickly realize, wait, these people don't know how to trade whatsoever. They brute force everything they do, look for feature extraction, and if they don't have the computation capacity, they literally cannot do it whatsoever. And then you go speak to them and you want to discuss strategy, it quickly becomes, oh, wait, what do you mean by open, high, low, close? What's that? Oh, what's this? What's this? Holy shit. You literally don't even understand the features you're building. You web scrape a library, take in all those indicators, all the features, and then you run 5,000 features, grid search it, hyperparameterize it, and you end up with a profitable strategy for a couple days or a day before it completely erodes. It's wild. They're literally nothing without their infrastructure.
What the actual fuck, John? That video is sick.
What's that? What are you saying? The offers at 73.50 and
no, the fucking idiot with a hand grenade.
A grenade. What is
Oh.
that? I don't
Jesus
understand.
Christ, I'm not watching that again. Yeah, but the one with the offers I saw too, yeah.
I almost got sick watching that. Like that just really, oh man. I got the Top Step X.
The what?
Yeah.
Now I don't have to rely on anybody now. That's good.
Oh my god.
The issue, where is it? The issue is that you get see these fucking combines, man, they are giving them out like candy. So you get into the rebuild thing. And I'm telling you, it's beautiful. It's a great business model. So anyway, it says log into your new dashboard, use blah 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 code before Tuesday, December 19th for 1 free month in a 50K trading plan. Oh, next step, enter your credit card information. You will be charged if you choose to continue, or you should need a reset. Oh, FYI though, if you were to pick a month to start a combine, I would believe this December would be the worst. Because it's kind of shortened, you know?
Well, December tends to be like lower volume too, because it's end of the year.
Yeah, like, juicier.
Like holidays and all that stuff. So you lose like a week
Well, you're just not
or
gonna
maybe
get,
2 weeks.
so like say in a month, you're supposed to get, what is it, 4 times 5, right? So 20 trading days in a typical month, right? What does the December month have? 12 trading days, right? Or whatever. I'd have to look it up, but yeah, less anyway.
Yeah, fewer days, yeah.
Well, because if you actually take the combine half-ass seriously, you're not supposed to just ram it, and try and blow it out in one day, right? Like that's not, because once you get funded, you're gonna get blown up, right? That's exactly the beautiful part of the business plan is they're like, oh, we all make mistakes and we all blow up funded accounts. Here's your code to start a new one.
Retry. Yeah.
Retry it again, right? So it's like it's a beautiful thing. So if you were to take it seriously, you should take it should take you at least a month almost to do if you're sizing correctly and doing all the rest of it, right? Like you're taking the proper amount of risk, right? It should take you almost a month to fucking do it. Like a 50K account should be built on the back of $300 winners, not $1,000 winners or whatever.
Are you assuming trading micros then?
Well, no. See, it depends which combine you're using, right? Like I've always started. I wanted to like in my real accounts, I was using micro, and one of my goals was to get up to minis, right? So when I got into the combine thing, the top step only allows you to trade 5 micro or mini. Whereas say like Apex or whatever can go all the way up to like if I could get up to 15 micro, I probably wouldn't have a problem. I would trade the way I used to trade. But one of my goals was to get up to minis, and then so the top step was like 5 micro, 5 micro, and I was like, fuck, I can't do it on 5 micro. It's way too slow. Because that would be on 5 micro, it would be like you're trying to build it on the back of $100 days or $60 days or maybe $120 days. That would take a long time or a lot of effort. You would need a very decent win rate, profitability rate to pull that off. So I always had trouble with that, right? So I guess it comes back to the what do you call it? The which combine you're trying to do or accomplish, right?
I think the main difference then is time horizons because my average hold time for quote unquote discretionary, even though it's pretty much fully systematic because 90% of it's automated. Average hold time is at least about an hour for most positions. And if any of my actual strategies, which I'm running with my current firm, average hold time is going to be about 3.5 hours, which makes I think the main issue with Apex is the open P&L trailing drawdown. That's inherently problematic. It forces you to prematurely take profits and remove a position because your thesis cannot be validated in a trade. It benefits scalping and only scalping, since if you have a price target of let's say 60 or 70 points on NASDAQ and a 20-point stop loss. Well, if it goes 20 points in your favor, and then 40 points against you, even though your risk is skewed 2-to-1, that's the same as taking a 60-point loss. Because the open P&L, I think Top Step in that regard is significantly better because it's end of day. But trading one contract or 2 contracts of NASDAQ in a single trade, I pretty much could pass because of how the risk is skewed. And granted, I would be looking at taking a $500 loss or $600 loss with significant skew to my upside. And if I was only trading a contract, I could do that. And it reduces it to $250 to $300 or about $400 per loss overall. And then I would take 2 or 3 trades to pass. But I think trading actual mini contracts, unless you're scalping, I would say it's reasonable to assume your P&L swings on most days are going to be plus or minus 800-900. Just trading a mini on ES or particularly NASDAQ. That's why I was inquiring about the micros, because $300 a day, that's 15 points on NASDAQ, and most of that's noise, a 15-point fluctuation, unless you really are scalping NASDAQ.
It's an uphill battle, yeah. Like it's not. And okay, well, let's just get it clear though. Everybody or anybody that started with their own money or personal money, it's no different. It's an uphill battle, right? Unless you're, I don't know. Even then, it's like if you. Not a lot of people start with too much money and also have too much knowledge at the same time.
Yes.
Like you're not, right? You know what I mean? So you're going to pay for that tuition somewhere or somehow.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I think, even though it's the equivalent of a legal Ponzi scheme, the closest equivalent to a legal Ponzi scheme, correction. I do believe it's a net benefit because you're essentially purchasing a call option as a newer trader or whatever. For if you purchase the accounts on sale, let's just use Apex as an example. You have the renewing 80% off, which brings it to $30 a month after taxes, whatever. Okay, $33 a month. And then let's say you're doing well, you pass it, you pay $140 lifetime fee. Okay, you're at $170 all in. Well, if things continue to go well, at the end of the first month of a live account, your payout potential is $4,000. And if it continues going well, 2 months, $8,000, so on and so forth. But you have a skewed risk of, at the end of the first month of everything, or first month and a half, if everything goes well, of nearly 24 to 1. So you're looking at $4,000 a payout for $170 in total cost. Versus if you were trading that on your own account, oh God, you easily could lose $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, as opposed to having a risk of $170, $173 to potentially make $4,000 at the end of a month and a half. I think it's great. It's a call option. That's exactly what it is. And anyone who refers to it otherwise, there isn't the fundamental understanding, because the entire objective is to skew your upside until you have adequate capital to comfortably trade your own account. Someone tells you, hey, you're relatively consistently profitable, hypothetically. Your upside on this is at least, at the end of a month and a half, if things go well, 24 to 1, 2 months, 3 months, so on and so forth. As you continue to build a margin in that account, you're now looking at 48 to 1, 72 to 1, 96 to 1. Why wouldn't you take those odds? I think that's one of the most integral components, particularly for anyone that's not HFT. Where can you define your edge? And the most of edge is going to come from superb risk management and good trade location. But unless you're HFT, you genuinely don't have alpha. You have edge. Alpha is going to be dependent upon exploiting a market inefficiency, and that's on a market microstructure level. So a quote unquote combine account, legalized Ponzi scheme, that's going to skew your risk to reward and potentially enhance your edge of how much are you risking to receive a payout. But most people treat it as a lottery ticket, and that's where the revenue is consistently generated because they know they don't have consistent profitability, consistent edge. And so all they do is continuously renew their account, and they're gonna lose significantly less money in the process. Great, fantastic. But ultimately, it's another mechanism for a relatively profitable trader to further skew their risk to reward. If you
on the other side of the coin, like not like the opposite of the degenerate side of the coin, Well, you were doing that trade copying kind of idea, right?
when I was running the 20 accounts, yeah.
Yeah. So like that, I mean, that's a totally different, that's different than degenerate.
Yeah. Well, it's once again the main
You're
issue.
absolutely right. Like you could blow up. Okay, think about it like this: you could blow up. Well, let's just say we had $2,000 to start with, right? Because that would be your max drawdown of a 50K account. So let's just say we jump in there with $2,000 of our own money, and then right. So you could, I don't know how much the apex is, but how many times could you do that? That's like 30 times, right? Before you even get to that $2,000 mark with the, kind of what do you call it? The not expectation, but the you could get funded and all this for $30 or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
So
Plus 140, yeah.
Mhm. It's just that people are, there's such a naivety to the whole industry of how it works. Like I remember telling a guy, he was like, "Oh yeah," I'm like, he goes, "Are you still doing what you?" And I go, "No." He goes, "Oh wow, you're still doing the trading thing?" He's like, "Wow, that's." He goes, "Maybe you can come by and show me something, like give me a tip or something." I go, "Dude, it doesn't work like that. I'm there from 7 in the morning till 4 at night, and then I go back at it from 8 until fucking midnight sometimes, right? Or fuck, today was 3 in the fucking morning that I was at it. Bad habits or whatever, but you should have seen the disappointment in his eyes. He was just like, "Oh, really?" I'm like, "Yeah, no, you don't just hit GME or GameStop or AMC or whatever these meme things are." And like that fucking movie, I didn't even see it yet, but like it just puts a bad spin on the whole.
Oh, I actually think I think the GameStop movie actually did a great job of representing a gambler mentality. I think they did a thing. That was one of the subliminal messages. I think they did an excellent job of communicating
What
the
I
gambler.
got from like say the trailers was the guy woke up in the morning and he was like $10 million richer. And basically, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people would have saw that and would have been like, "Oh fuck, I'm gonna start trading tomorrow."
Well, yeah,
That's what.
yeah,
That's from the trailer. I didn't watch the movie, so.
yeah. I mean, the actual movie is they preface many of the individuals of I don't recollect many of the names of the participants in the movie, but Sally, and then it would before the introduction, and as the movie progressed, it would show their bank account balance or their trading account balance, and every single protagonist in the movie had nearly $0 or negative dollars in their bank account. And saw this online movement regarding GameStop, and then they would take out additional credit card balance or loans or this or that to go then purchase GameStop shares or options. And as the movie progressed, a lot of it went to 100,000, 200,000, 400,000, 500,000. Only one of the people, or one or two of the individuals, decided to sell because they were forced to sell, and many of the others ended up in almost in exactly the same position they were when they started, with $0 in their bank account. And none of them understood what they were doing. It's just, this online movement, a gambler mentality because they need to make money. I think they did an excellent job of that in the film, but a lot of people didn't interpret it as such.
Well, they ended up with $0, but then also like credit card debt, no? or whatever loans they took out. Because if they were taking out loans to buy stock and didn't make any
Most-
money off of it,
Some of
it
them
probably
made,
works off.
yeah, some of them made some money, and then others of them ended slightly positive. They covered the loan or covered this or that. They sold a little bit because they had to. Yeah, it's as I said. I think they did a good job of communicating the gambler mentality, but not a lot of people interpreted it as such. Because the way the movie concluded was, oh, is there? They really stuck it to the man, and Wall Street's paying attention to retail now, and it's what the fuck? No, this was not a win. This was ultimately a net detriment for retail. It's that the message was pretty common.
As it was happening, somebody was asking me about it, and they're like, and I'm like, do you really think? Okay, so yeah, okay, so they lost a lot of money, right? But guess what happened the week after that? They made it all back and some from these fucking people, right? So don't ever think that they are like, oh, we stuck it to the man. Yeah, for 1 week. Great. Good for you. Super. Great job, guys. I don't know if I'm gonna get anything off until later in the afternoon, so I might go get a go do some research.
Yeah, I'm running out of batteries again on my AirPods.
What?
I need to figure out. I don't know. My AirPods have been giving me problems. So they're running out of battery again. So I'm gonna have to recharge. So I have to hop off anyways.
Yeah, I might start cycling somewhat soon. I don't know. I don't want to take a nap, but naps don't happen.
Yeah. Anyway, if I'm back, it'll be round 2. If not, have a good weekend, everybody. Talk to you later.
Yeah,
Okay. Bye, Ari. I'm gonna hop off too.
Hey, Harvey.
See you guys.
take care, Retro.
Later, Retro.
Bye. Bye, John.
I'm gonna go figure out lunch. Be right back. Or later.
Toodles. Anyone want to shoot the shit for a little bit? If not, I don't know. I can't function. No.
This is Trey. He used our trading robot and passed 3 FTMO $100,000 challenge and got funded 3.
Hello and welcome to Risk Management by Blue Deer Trading.
I'm gonna watch a
So
really
with a
shitty
disclaimer
movie
that
while
any
I
risk
cycle today.
and more concrete, just taking random sizes and not addressing a problem.
Oh, what's Violent Night? I was gonna watch the new movie on Apple TV with I can't believe I'm saying this, but The Long Ride called The Family Plan on Apple TV.
What'd you say it was called?
The Family Plan on Apple TV.
The Family Plan.
Family Man, that's a former assassin.
I
It
mean,
almost
it looks acceptable. It doesn't look like anything crazy awesome, but
no, but it kind of reminds me of why can't I think of the movie? To some extent, it reminds me of the Equalizer movie plots or The Accountant, where they led a previous life as an assassin, and now it's catching up to them, and they have to kill some people.
dude, The Accountant is one of my favorite movies ever.
Yeah, it's underrated.
Dude, so I'm looking it up and I'm looking at the cast, and there's this chick. One of the actresses' name is Valkyrie, and she is her like profile on Google says she is an American YouTuber. So it's nice to know these YouTubers are finally making it to the big screen.
Yeah,
Oh, there's
and
another
the biggest YouTuber of them all, Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast. I bet he's already been in a movie. Let's find out.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I know he's received numerous offers of $1 billion for his YouTube channel and hasn't sold it.
So he was in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm assuming he's just like a cameo type role. But he's in the newest one that came out this year. And he's going to be, I didn't even know this was going to be a movie, but there's a movie coming out that is called Discord, the movie. And it's about Discord. And he's going to be in that. Oh, wait, no, it already came out. Never mind. It came out in 2021. I don't know if any of y'all have been listening over the last week or two when I was talking about the spreads and just tracking them every day. Today, I took the very first one, like with live money. Every sim trade I've taken so far has worked out amazingly. So today, I took the first
'cause you
one
don't know
and
what the problem
it is
is.
going
So-
horribly.
Let's jump right in here.
It is
We're
not
gonna
working.
base a lot of the stuff we
I'm
talk
a
about
long
here on a
NASDAQ, short
smaller
Russell.
account. That to me
I took it on micros though, so it's like down.
is less than $125,000.
It's still something.
I would suggest you really only trade if you have over 25,000.
It's all about the
I
bread.
still think you can get a lot of value from the group we offer.
I just
if you're
love. I was
paper
telling
trading. I wish
Sierra,
I paper
my lady
traded
friend
in the
about like a
beginning.
minute ago. I was like, no matter how much I track something or like how many times I take it in sim, I can like nail it every time. But the second I take it with like real money, it goes horribly wrong.
It must be the damn market makers.
It is. It's the algos,
You-
man.
You can blame me for that.
Those pesky algos. The funny part is, if I had taken that trade at any other moment today, it'd be up massive. But I took it at like the absolute wrong moment. I got into it at 11:38 Eastern on both of them. Like I shorted Russell, longed NQ at 11:38, and that was like the one point of the day where they switched positions and Russell started being stronger than NQ. All day, NQ was stronger until that very moment. Like the moment I clicked the buy and sell button, they switched.
Well, you can tell the man, fuck off. Blame the man. Hold on. I'll be back in a few moments. If you're gonna head out, I'll sign off, but I need to use the restroom. So.
You're good. I'm gonna be here for a little bit.
Okay. I'll be back in a little bit.
$2,000.
It would have saved me a lot of that school of hard knocks that you gotta kind of have to go through in the growing pains. It's really hard to learn how to trade while you're live trading at the same time. I would definitely suggest paper trading, even though no one really wants to do that. It's a smart decision. Exactly fit how you feel in certain trades, risk appetite that I've shared many times, and they don't already have a plan. As much as possible, try to trade common stock over options. Trading common stock is a lot easier than adding the variables of price and time to the equation. There's a lot more margin for error, and it can go south a lot quicker with an option contract, especially 1 to 2 week duration. if you're ever entering a contract with a 1 to 2 week duration, you should expect that money out the door, and in your head be using a size appropriate with that expectation. I don't cover everything in the slide, so I would definitely take a second, pause some of the stuff down I'm saying. 2 pictures in here from shouldn't even be taking any lotto plays. But there's a difference between these 2 lottos, and I want to explain that. I try to give as much context as we had just exited our shorts that we were in from before any downside. We entered these before there was by the all-time highs. So we had a great entry on our huge hit, ton of position and money that happened. Following up a nice hit by going larger on these, percentage of low on the win. And I'm not putting in money anywhere close to an amount that would sense of the price action. But these, you can play, if you're playing intraday, you can play them against 50 cents, go in with a normal size, and we'll talk to you. So if I'm entering here, you go into the 20 calls, you're entering that at 535 or whatever the ask is at the time. Check out level 2 for that trade. And you should get the trade most of the time. You might have to go lower strikes. I've had to go to like 15 calls and stuff if I'm doing synthetic longs and shorts. The everything max, and something you probably shouldn't trade. Maybe you have a good week, you can throw a couple hundred in and not worry about it. You should never be stressing out about a lotto. They should never make or break your week. They're supposed to be fun trades, lower confidence interval ideas. It's not a high confidence trade. And I will describe the difference between 2 lottos and I think I already. That's not definitely look into at least testing out and seeing if that Q and SPY puts have a chance of turning a great week into a week where you lose. Inconsistent losses where you're not taking huge losses. 766, not in terms of something that works out like exit, and you just can't care because there's always going to be another opportunity. If you miss a trade, I may miss a setup like on X the other week. It would have been, I think it was, cortisone will get released in your brain. You want to rationalize. So this, if we GDX trades for June, those have more time. We have 2 months. In like you have a larger GDX 35. Make a lot of mistakes on your own before you get a solid. But they're not going to come if you can't team. That's a trade we're in. You could, if you're ever in larger size, I would note that you want to play really tight to the vest and really abide by the levels and stops I'm mentioning. Maybe more so than I might be in a lot of these situations. And a way to stay in the trade mentally and not deal with as much as the volatility, especially if we have two months, is to start spreading your trades. And by spreading, that means if you buy the GDX 35 calls for 618, that's a trade we're in. You could sell the 40 calls. Make a lot of mistakes on your own before you get a solid plan that works for you. You gotta have those growing pains and go through this. And on top of having this,
if you don't want to learn how to consistently make 100% to 1,000% returns while trading without stress,
and the plan I already know in my head of things I look for, and it makes trading a lot more. Like I do wrong or roadblock, I'll start being more confident. in reaction to some billion. So first, let's talk about inflation. Inflation. Gee, what's happening? Let's get that mic.
You guys hear me? Do you hear me? Oh, hold on.
We can hear you. Loud and clear.
How you guys doing?
What's happening, man? You got a little background noise. We're gonna get anyone who has questions. We're gonna get all those going, but let's get everything muted up for the first bit here. A couple more minutes and we'll get started. But while we're hanging out here, I just went over a bunch of work. Let me make sure this is recording the right screen. It looks like it is. And I love the plays we're in for September. We got a lot. I like the horses we're riding. It's been up and down with Viac, but Viac it's just like a matter of time. Like I mentioned before this thing just takes off, and at least in this move, I do expect a test of that 47, 48 high, where they had just for some reference. I'm sure some of you have heard me say this. Maybe some of the people that are new or haven't heard me mention this. So when the Archegos fund had to liquidate all their shares, and we first started trading this by, it must have been like 4 or 5 months ago, our target was always 47, because you have to understand how many people got allocated stock at $47 when they sold this huge block sale when they were just liquidating. And there's a lot of trap longs at that level. So where did Viacom go on the first move that we caught? It went to 47.88, spiked a bit higher. It didn't stay there for more than maybe that's part of the gig, like getting out before these huge moves happen. I mean that's trading. It's happened. Exit 1 or 2 weeks ago. Most of these positions were, for the most part, they were done. I mean, I'm trading options, and I'm trading high leverage options, and there's ways I could have protected myself and done better, but I'm in a different position than a lot of people that are trying to grow their account, and these numbers don't even really reflect how good my July was, because I really slammed the table on JKS. That was, as people that were in the group for it, I kept saying, this is the one that's going to make your career or make your. It was from the all-time high. There was one short, and you could have maybe shorted, and looking at gig. It's not something I gravitate towards, but I have 200 myself. I'm not going to go over 6x anymore. It's not going to help anybody out. We're just going to go with 6x, and whatever your max is, $54. And unless you're buying really small size, you probably want to turn this into a spread. If that's which like announcing the company's going out of business, and there's a lot of them where at least 20 cents. I'm just trying to get out of these with this, and I mean these all went to zero. These all sucked, but I knew going into it from the next or this is a bad, 5. I don't know what. Scrambling in some of these, there has been good shorts for the biggest. I'd say at least until Friday, about October, and into at least we got Jackson Hole coming up. I think we should be good to go. I have this chart. Let me pull this up. But in general, I think until about October, getting closer to the new year, is when we really had to start looking at these sell the rip setups. Screen 1. All right, this is crude. Let me see if I can make this bigger. So this is Charter crude oil. We've been in a correction since the 706 high at 76.46. I'm not sure if this is hard for you guys to see. It's I have 2 computers right now that I work on, and I send them all over to this one. That's why you've been hearing me yelling at Origin. or a fifth of a fifth. And in any case, in both those scenarios, we're looking to get long crude, and we started with Oxy. Oxy is, if I pulled up a chart of Oxy, it looks just like this. XLE looks actually a little bit better than this, and any way you spin it looks like this move, whatever this is, it's about to be over soon. It either needs to make one more marginal low, which it did at the open, Sunday open, and I'm pretty sure if I had to place my chips on the side that this is gonna help the market too, and we're gonna be looking at the start of a new primary up leg, or at the very least a counter trend rally that gets us somewhere into this. There's a trend line here. I could probably draw it with this art thing. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing with this art. How can I draw a line here? Yeah, we can draw a line. All right, that didn't work. Get the line green. Yes, there we go. Yeah, if it's a counter trend rally, and it looks to me more like a start of something else after all this action. This is our first target in this 70.42, and that's a pretty big move. And look, that lines up right at the 50-day moving average. So this would be my first target for crude. Crude looks like it's got some upside, which gives us some clues to the market. The only things, if you're into traditional technicals, these are the things that should be concerning you. This is, we talk about the 20-day moving average all the time. This is percentage of New York NYSE stocks above their 20-day moving average. And this doesn't really stop in the middle. Usually goes from top to bottom every time. And another thing I'll mention here, not a lot of this stuff has mattered as much since QE. So it used to be a lot more meaningful until they announced QE, which this stuff doesn't hold as much weight as it used to. But we're down here. This isn't like a good sign for markets if you have all these stocks trading below the 20-day moving average and we're making all-time highs every week. This isn't a good look. This isn't a strong, healthy market in the sense that it's a broad-based rally. It doesn't really need to be anymore though, because we have FANG, and surprisingly enough, FANG hasn't been the driving component to this rally this last bit. It's been things like Microsoft and Nvidia and these stocks that haven't like Amazon's something we'll talk about. at some point in this call, I'll pull up Amazon. It's been trading in the same range. Since last summer. I mean, it hasn't gone anywhere. It just went through a 16% correction. It's probably getting close to something I want to be involved in like a 3,300, 3,600 call spread. And this isn't, I mean, Amazon's bringing down the market, but all these stocks are trading. I had something else I pulled up. Hold on. 200. This percent of stocks trading below their 200-day moving average. This is from the pandemic low, and these don't really. It goes really from top to bottom. It doesn't really. You might have some of these, and that might be what we're in for right here. We might get back to here, and then we're in this huge new downtrend. But I can't short the market with the flows I'm seeing right now, at least not with confidence. It's more of like you're taking a flyer, you're fighting a lot of forces the flyer right now, at least not. I can't short the market with the flows I'm seeing right now, at least not with confidence. It's more of like you're taking a flyer, you're fighting a lot of forces that have prevailed in every situation so far. There was one other one. It was the this is the advanced decline line, and there's like a rule. If you look at any like technical analysis book, when this is declining for 2 weeks and you're making new highs, it's usually a time to get short. And you'll see all your people that are big on TA on Twitter calling for Armageddon now because this happened. And that's why they're doing that, by the way. They didn't get a proprietary sell signal. It's because the advanced decline line has been decreasing for over 2 weeks. Well, it's really almost 2 months now. And that's like a major, as far as like traditional technical analysis goes, that's like a major sell signal or whatever. But you got to factor in QE now, and you got to factor in these flows that are driving the market, and it doesn't really give a shit about the advanced decline line. It's going to keep going until they turn the spigot off. So that was a really elaborate answer to your question. We will see what happens. I don't have a crystal ball. Things change on a dime. I'm definitely positioned for upside right now. And I mean, we could walk in tomorrow. We have a lot of options falling off tomorrow at the open. There's SPX AM contracts falling off. So we'll have to see what happens with the market there. We're at this precipice, I guess, in the move where it's either going to take out this 50 to 60 zone, and I have confidence we're in a new uptrend, at least for the next week or two, until we get the next 5 up, and I can buy into that with confidence. Or this is the equidistant target from the low, and this 4440 area is going to be the kiss of death before we go into the C correction, which we've never had for the last 3 to 5 OPEXs, like pretty much all year. We have not had the continuation, or I'd say capitulation low. It's really just been a 5 down, and you missed the long already, and it's already in the next up leg. But it's getting pretty late in summer, and a lot of the flows die down around this time, and a lot of people are after the Jewish holidays. Everyone pretty much comes back, and you start getting some volatility once that happens. Anybody else have any questions? Or does that answer your question as much as
Yeah,
long of the answer as that was?
Yeah. No, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the details. I mean, your crystal, whatever you call it, your crystal ball is better than mine. So
We'll see, man. We'll see.
I appreciate it.
So, just a couple things I pulled up. This is the equidistant move for Viacom. from this. So this is a really zoomed in version of Viacom. From the low we just had, this is where we bought. Well, we got this move. We sold the weeklies early, albeit, but we made money. That's all it's about. And this would be my conservative target for Viacom if it was an ABC, which is around this 43 mark. Which, if you zoom out on Viacom, also aligns with pretty much all the highs of this, what looks like a giant bear flag of this move. Let's see if I have some other ones to pull up. Gilead's an interesting one. This one's not really that annotated, but this one's, I mean, it's got a giant base. I think JP Morgan came out with a buy rating on Thursday or Friday. They gapped up, and if you ever get a chance to buy back in this 55 zone, it looks like it's setting up for like 63. And I mean, I don't know, you guys been keeping up, like going shopping or your wife's, and I mean, I don't know, it looks like it's setting up for like 63. And in this 55 zone, it looks like it's setting up for like 63. And I mean, I don't know, you guys been keeping up, like going shopping or your wives are going grocery shopping, and you see how expensive things are getting. These people are grocery shopping. They're spending a lot of money. They want to go to these Costco's and BJ's of the world because things are getting expensive. And me and my wife don't even really grocery shop as much as we used to because I can save more money going and buying a $10, $15 healthy bowl from all these restaurants we have around here and going out and buying everything I need to make a steak and vegetables. I mean, we still do that, but I spend more money and make a mess in my kitchen cooking a steak or all these meals than I would if I go buy like the fresh kitchen up the street and spend 10, 15 bucks and have it all done for me. Thing that we're not really seeing yet, that people are buying and eating out more than they're grocery shopping now, which may be on the downside. And if it's not complete this, because I think it actually comes in a bit higher on firms and in like the next week or so. This wouldn't be the it's all the way back here. This was last year. It's done. It's been in this box right here, and we got one break above, and then we've just got a 16% correction pretty soon, and that
Yo.
Hey, all right.
Mhm.
I'm done trading. By the look of the chart, I don't know.
Okay.
Why, you got something that we should hit?
No, I've already hit all the shit I need to hit.
Yeah.
You don't like to hear it.
I
It's already done.
don't want to hear. Yeah. No, yeah. Okay.
Who's here right now?
I don't know. Nobody. Peter might be, but I mean, I don't know. Probably nobody.
Okay.
I'm zoomed out at about a minute time frame, but I can see.
Anyone here? No, no. Peter, top tick. Dave.
Whole day.
No one. All right. I'm still holding on to some stuff. I don't know how long I'm gonna keep it.
Short Russell, yeah.
I'm still short Russell, short ES, short NQ, long Aussie.
Aussie, eh? How did that work?
That's all right.
It's coming back a bit.
Why, you want to see my P&L?
No, actually, I don't want to see P&L.
You don't want to see my P&L?
No, I don't need to see your PP. That was a top tick, eh, for that. That's interesting.
You see my P&L?
Are you posting it and I'm supposed to be looking?
I already did.
Holy fuck, it's busy. Aussie, Bond, Russell, Nasdaq, yes. Nasdaq. What? Nasdaq, both contracts. You're a fucking, look at Russell, both contracts. You fucking crazy fucker.
No. The Russell was not both contracts. The Russell was something about Tradebay. It carries it over from the previous day or some shit like that. Or maybe I got stopped out. No. But anyways, yeah. You like that?
Well, yeah, so
it's a good day today, buddy.
Yeah, $3,000 in like, you know what I mean? In 3,000.
In 3,000, yeah.
Yeah, that's more important to me than anything. Like, somebody could say they made fuck whatever, and yeah, but no, like, show me the
Yeah.
Lambo first.
It's not realized yet. Yeah, I agree with you.
Well,
But I'm holding.
these crypto guys, I'm a crypto millionaire. I'm like, I don't see no millions, buddy. Like, where are the millions? Unless it's right in your hand, I don't see it.
I agree. Oh.
Yeah, like I had a buddy a long time ago. He said, "Oh, I bought a house," and I go, "Show me the keys." He goes, "Oh, I don't have the keys." And I said, "You don't got shit then."
Yeah. Well, until this runs, if it doesn't run, then I made 3,005. If it runs, God knows, because right now it's at 15, so we'll see.
What are you talking about? 15.
The current P&L, if I close everything else at 15,000.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that will be today is Friday.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hold it over the weekend.
You plan. Yeah, you are. So
Yeah.
what do you got there? You're short everything basically, right? From basically the.
Yeah, short everything.
Russell, no, Nasdaq. Where did you get Nasdaq?
16,875 and a quarter.
875. Okay, so exactly. This is my point about the swing trade. 875, whatever. 855.
What?
Whatever. 87. Yeah, like when you're this padded, like you have a 400 tick buffer.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I even if it comes back.
Stop thinking of shit in ticks, man.
You know what I'm just saying? Like, even if it comes back, okay, whatever, then what's okay, I'll measure it like that, and it's So let's say this comes back $45.
Mm-hmm.
Like on Sunday.
Like,
I always kind of try to think about the gap up on Sunday. So like,
don't clear me. Yeah, that's fine.
gap up.
No,
Is it really going to gap up 45?
No.
And that's only halfway, right? That's only halfway. So you're pretty padded. That's why I like that. You know,
well, okay. So the reason why I don't want you to quote things in ticks is because it makes you into you have a short-sighted view of the market.
Okay, well, what's a pip?
Pips and FX.
And that's a point?
That's a tick, I believe.
That's okay. I didn't know. I was just wondering.
Yeah. But when it comes to futures, it's just ticks. I think pips is also a very UK thing to say. Most UK people, they trade FX.
Right.
Anyways, so yeah, I'm aiming low as fuck.
Bonds aren't really giving it up yet, though, eh?
Nope.
Or is this where they come apart?
I kind of saw that they were coming apart earlier, so that's why I took the short in NQ. So I was saying that I was waiting and waiting and waiting for NQ. That's what I was waiting for. I might take one more off NQ. I might take one more off in maybe ES. I don't know.
The only one I don't really love for the weekend would be the Aussie. Unless you think that you got something.
1 second. Yeah, I don't love the
What
Aussie either.
happened?
I don't love the
Just
Aussie.
like
No, we're at a major. We're at major right now.
right in over a hold over the weekend. You're probably coming right back into your price almost. Well, no, your price was really low. That entry was a bit of a mystery. You just grabbed that. You must have had the Zoom to help or something.
No, they didn't even take it. I had major levels.
Oh.
Yeah, so I had a major level at 66870.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were on a bull bias for the day, and I'm looking for a major level reaction towards, a major level below us. It sliced through, 67130, and they came right down wicked 66870. So I just grabbed as fast as I can.
You didn't wait for the like the normal.
I didn't, not for this one, just because, for me it's
It was a go. Yeah.
well, if you read a candle, right? So read it like a 5-minute candle, right? If you read a 5-minute candle, it kind of shows a huge rejection from that zone, right? From that major level.
Yeah,
So-
well, that's what I mean, though. But you nailed that in that candle.
Yes. As it was coming. Yep. Well, I was
But
looking.
For me, the best would have been at 99.15, maybe, give or take, whatever, right? 9.2.
Well, I'm trading the Ford contract though, right?
Oh, exactly, and they just rolled
Yeah.
over, and this what I'm looking at is so my price is wrong. Sorry.
So you're looking at the F contract. So yeah, I mean, either way, yeah, I grabbed it really quick. Is what you're right. I did grab it quick.
My F is gone.
You don't know.
Well, not gone. It's out. It's dog shit. F would be January. Wait, what?
Is there anything in the questionnaire that you think that we should add?
Yeah, I added a couple things already.
Okay, can you send it to me?
Yeah, I will. I'm just thinking about it.
Oh yeah, take your time. I mean, not take your
Might be a
time.
couple of more. Might be a
Yeah,
couple
yeah.
of other things, but
I don't care. You can make it
I-
as we can make it as extensive as we want. Because at the end of the day, if they don't fill it out, fuck it. You can't fucking fill all this shit. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
no, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
Yeah, and like hopefully, well, there you go. I'll add to that right now. Like how many?
this is actually really interesting what we just did right now in the Russell. So this is very close to the low of the day. 99.2 is going to be very tough for them to get past. But, yeah. I'm going to take one off right now. One off. I want to take one more NQ off.
I'll just keep thinking about that.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like a major rush or anything. Trying to take one more NQ. Let's see what it wants to do. That's good rejection. I should take it off right now, actually. Oh, stop running away from me. No. I'm out. Out of NQ. Or not out of NQ. I'm just taking one more off. Took one off. So today, secured 6,600. Man, easy shit. What's up, D-Man?
Did anything happen in like the Zoom? You were really confident or something today. I guess.
Confident?
Help with that?
No, we just discussed things. Today was important because of all the the quad witching shit, blah blah blah. Andrew came in and it's just busy day. Once in a while, like once every 2 months or 1 month, I'll have like a day like this where, I really have to be zeroed in, no pun intended. Oh, anyways, yeah. Hopefully one day you'll learn this.
I agree.
I mean, I'm not saying that we can do this every single day, and trust me, I'm doing this on 4 contracts. So, and some 6 contracts, depending on what it is, but like make like
Still pretty small. It's still pretty small.
yeah, absolutely. So to make like 6,500 off 4 contracts, but total, let's just say round it up to 10, 12 contracts, like, with everything I'm doing. 6,600, 7,000, it's pretty fucking good. Now you can't do this every day because, you don't always get that opportunity every single day, right? So like crude today was a good short as well. I just missed it. I wanted to short crude. Sorry. Not crude. Fuck. What was I saying? Oh, gold. So gold's a good short. Today. The reason being is because of the price action from yesterday, actually. What else is good? Oh, euro was really good. So look at the euro short against like the yen. Fucking amazing. Despite the yen being where it is right now, but it's really, really good. Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah. It's almost starting to look like a long reversal here, eh? Do you think it'll come all the way back up?
I think the high the day is set. The bond showed it. Bonds are closing now or soon. So I think it's pretty set. I think the high is set. That doesn't mean that it can't climb a little bit for a scalp or a small move up, but I don't think it's anything significant. I think if you're not in anything, you don't fucking trade.
Yeah, maybe. That might be what I do.
Sunday night, your Sunday night. Let's try to hop on or not. It doesn't have to be Sunday night actually. Sometime next week. I'm gonna run by some shit by you in regards to. I want you to do the whole filtering people out with me. But of course, after they answer everything.
Yeah, sure.
We'll have
yeah, like you can already
a scoring
you can already
system.
see.
Well, you don't even know who's asking me right now.
I have no idea. I got 11 thumbs up. Oops.
Oh, you did?
No, well, I can just see. You can see these people that thumbed up your thing,
Oh.
right? And then one guy, Buffett.
Well, Retro didn't. I mean, Retro did, but she's not going to join it.
No, but the Buffett guy. I hope it works out. Hope it works out.
Oh, he didn't even message me.
I know he didn't.
Yeah, I don't even know who he is. I was gonna say,
but I mean, it's that attitude, though. It's right there. That's the funny part.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't care. You know, I hope his scalping works out for him. Whatever the fuck he was doing. Like, I mean, honestly, I'm probably not gonna allow, you know, people in based on what they've said or done. Like, I'll probably search to see what the fuck they've ever said. Like, if Jazz ever fucking tried, I'll be like, nope. I don't care what he says.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. I'm not gonna invite that kind of toxicity into it. And I don't have no fucking issues with kicking people out because I really don't give a shit. So I'm just gonna do this one more time, and if it helps, it helps. Like, I don't know if I really helped you, Bayman, or Post a Note, right? Or any of you guys who have passed. But I also don't give a flying fuck.
I'll be like saying, did Jim Dalton help you or whatever? Like everything's helped me.
Jim Dalton did not help me. At all. I've never even read his book.
Well, I'm not much of a reader, but
I can confidently say he's never helped me. I'm not trying to be arrogant. I'm just saying that I don't read his stuff. It's like saying, did what's that guy that runs Apatos or whatever?
Merritt Black or whatever.
Yeah, I can confidently say he's never helped me. No, I'm not saying he's a bad trader.
I don't know. I'm not. I guess I'm going to disagree. I'm not going to say that Merritt Black. I don't know. I think I steal my kisses from wherever. So if I can catch one nugget, then I would consider that,
No, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying that I've never studied Merritt Black shit. I've never studied Dalton's shit, and they revolve a lot around. They revolve a lot around like the volume profile, which is fine. But they've never helped me. Or like, FT71. I study a lot of his shit. I can say that he has not helped. What has helped me actually is not just the Zoom group, but like just random shit online too, and reading, a lot of reading.
Like reading strategy or reading
Reading books, reading,
like strategy books, or
no, it's the same thing like you're saying, right? Like, oh, this person gave me a little bit of nugget, so I do consider them helping me. But I can say that I got 0 from those people I named. And I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just saying I literally got 0 shit from them. Like, I don't think they've ever said anything. I'm like, oh, fuck, go to Nugget.
Well, I just threw Jim Dalton out there. I don't know if he actually gave me anything.
But I agree with you that everybody, you pick up a little bit from here and there and you make it your own. I 100% agree with you. But that's not what I mean by helping you, right? I mean, that's something that's like, oh, hey, look at this. Like the LB thing, right? It's like, oh, that helped me a lot.
Well, then maybe that's more like it. If I never came across this person, I would never have gone further in that direction to explore that said X, Y, and Z or whatever, right? So maybe indirectly, right?
Yeah. But when I say when I said did I help you guys, I mean like flipped your script to a point where it's like I now can formulate a plan.
Actually I believe that, right? That you have helped me. It would be your saying was don't underestimate your ability to I was going to use the word predict, but it's not. It's to read price action.
Yep.
And I, you know,
I mean, aside from LB, do you put anything on your charts anymore?
no.
That isn't
Well, maybe-
higher
maybe
time frame shit. Like that isn't like something that is like, okay, well, I can just, you know,
major levels and then technical levels. That's all I.
yeah,
don't
like
really-
moving averages or
I've got,
some
like,
shit.
Yeah, moving averages, right? Like the bonds
Yeah.
right now, the ZB is that's what I'm saying. Like they're coming disconnected because it's got that 50-week moving average, which really put a roadblock on it. And now it doesn't seem like it's like they don't really. That doesn't seem like that's the spot. Then they it looked like it was going to stop. It did stop, but then we put in like, and it's now. I don't think it's actually going to stop. So now where are we going? To the
Yeah.
400 daily moving average? Maybe are we going to tuck back to this? Where is that? The 121.02, right? With that could be its support right now.
Mm-hmm.
We pull back to 121.02, and then we'll play it from there, right? Maybe back up to these averages, or seeing as it's pushed right through it, yeah, we might have another leg higher here in Bondo, right? To potentially, yeah. So I use moving averages, but not. They've always kind of been part of my. That was how I don't know if you weren't. That's that. The moving averages was my trade secret when I was doing the small caps.
Yeah.
Those were my targets, basically, right? Everybody'd be like, well, why did you get out there? And how did you do this? And why did you do that? And I was like, okay, so it was actually bigger time frame. What was it? It was bigger time frame, virgin point of control. And if I had a moving average that lined up with that, that was a bang on.
Yeah.
That was it. That was as good as it gets, right? For me. So all disclosure, there it was, right?
Just focus on the major levels. No, I don't disagree with you on the moving averages. Just focus on the major levels.
127.04 would be the 400 day. Now, a question would be, how many trading days are in a year?
251. Something like that.
251. So would you ever want to use a 251 average?
No. Right? That's why 200 days is really good.
Yeah. This 251 is basically spot on the same
Yep.
thing, right? Yeah, I get it. So are we going to get up to 400 days? Or what's 250 plus 250? That's actually a better question, right? So 500 days. Would you ever think about that?
Nope.
That'd be 2 years, right?
That's true. I personally don't know why people use. I mean, I use it or I see it. I don't use it. Like the 200, 450. It's like there's no real rhyme or reason as to why you would be using it, right?
Well, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Because it rolls off your tongue nice. 100,
Exactly.
200.
It's like saying, it's like saying, oh, support levels at 5,000, or resistance levels at 5,000. Yeah, it's like, but why? Yeah, but why? Like, if you notice a lot of my levels, it's not purposeful, right? But people should start noticing. It's like, wait a minute, why the fuck is it?
We're
fucking
right now in Russell.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Like two grand, right? So at 2 grand, and then gold would have been that magic level of whatever. I think it was like,
But like,
where was that spike up? Where did it spike up to? It was like, that was a magic level.
Yeah, but a lot of people, again, like major levels, 2024.4. What the fuck? Why is it 2024.4? Like a lot of people.
21, it's not spot on, but 2150.
Yeah.
Right? That's pretty much kind of where it exhausted.
So a lot of people's just like, what the fuck's going
And
on?
then we ran all the way back down to 2 grand, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're like, it can't go below 2 grand, right? Like, oh yeah, why? Right now.
Yeah, so my levels are very, very different from other people's, and it's hard for people to fathom, like, you know. And I shouldn't say it's my levels because I paid someone to teach me these things, so it's not like they just taught me out of their own good heart. Why did Bayman leave? Whatever. Anyways, I'm probably gonna go to sleep soon. Actually, yeah, it's fucking 3:30. Fuck. Coming into next year, we're gonna have some fun, dude. Again, I keep on telling you this, and I don't know how serious you are taking. I don't know how serious you are when I say this, but my goal is for you to cash out 25,000 in with Top Step. Maybe even more, actually. That's my goal. Yeah, that's my goal.
I don't have a problem with that, but I'd like to double it.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we should get about. Let me calculate this real quick. 3 times. Oops. We should get a trade at least once every 4 days. So let's just round it worse, like once a week. You should easily get out of 4 contracts, 2 contracts. We can calculate that as well. So let's just say. So you should easily get every week. You should be able to pull out of 4 contracts in ES about $6,000, if not way more than that. That's the bare minimum. And in some cases, you're even pulling.
You say bi-weekly?
Every week, you should be able to pull $6,000.
That's good. I like that. It's just enough to stay under the radar too, probably. It's good.
So that's with 4 contracts, but with 2 contracts, do the math, 3,000, whatever, right? So, and that's day trading and not swing trading. With a roughly about 45% hit rate, 3 to 1, roughly, sometimes higher. If you can swing trade, even better. But yeah, so you should be able to do pretty well.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll work out another agreement.
Well, just ask your wife for another 3 months, or even 3 months.
I'm good. You know what is funny? Because I even told her that because she came in and she tried to break my balls a bit. She goes, "Well, how much money did you make me today?" And I'm like, I don't want to do this every single day. Come on, because it doesn't work like that. And she's like, "What do you mean? I go to work every day and I get a paycheck." And I'm like, "Yeah, but it doesn't work like that." And I never want to tell her about the really good times. Like the other day, I made $4,000, right?
Mhm.
I don't want to tell her that, right? So I always say, she goes, "Well, how much did you make today?" I go, 300. Right? Why is it
Yeah.
always the same? And I'm just like, because it is. That's what it is. Okay, 300. All right. And I said, okay, but I'm not gonna do this every fucking day when you come home and your feet are sore and you're like, well, I was at work all day. And I'm like, I fucking don't like that. It's not how this is going to go because you're assuming that I just stand around here and fucking don't do shit.
Yeah.
And this is very different and it's very hard. This job, all right? It's not your standard type of job. So anyway, blah, blah, blah. I said, look, I'm going to do this. Stop bugging me until at least spring. Okay? Because in reality, I'm not starting no fucking jobs in the middle of dead nuts winter. That's one of my worst. I hate that, right? The more than anything. So I said, look, I'm gonna give this till spring. And if I feel like it's not working by that point, then I'll actually kind of do that. And then she goes, oh, well, but what about the kids? And I was like, and she goes, oh, you set that up, didn't you? And I was like, holy shit, I kind of did set that up, right? Because like the daycare thing, like we would have them pay for daycare. I was like, oh shit, I kind of did that. So what I'm thinking is that I'll arrange something where it's like, okay, well, it is working. It's not working as good as I would like it to work. I need more time, like just coming into spring, right? I'm already planning this. So but I'm like, how about this? I'll stay home with the kids and I'll renovate the bathroom.
Okay.
At the same, right? So then she's getting something from it.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? And that's how women are fucked, because that'll be it, right? Then, or at the very least, she'll be like, oh, what did you get done on the bathroom today? And like some days on a bathroom or whatever, like this is gonna take precedence, right, over top of that fucking bathroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like she'll always be looking at it's just like every fucking customer. Why isn't it done yet, right? Like why isn't it done yet? Why isn't it done yet, right? But I'd rather take that heat than to give up this, because I feel like I'm really fucking close to making some fairly good progress. Like you're saying, like even if we can pull out, basically, even if I could pull out $2,000 a week, that would put me back at a regular person's job, right? But I don't have to go to work. I don't have to go to work. I don't have to bust my ass to do it. Right? I don't know what everybody else did for a living, but I had to really bust my ass every single day. Fucking starting at 7 a.m., running it all the way till 5. It was like to the point, well, it wasn't to the point, but I remember like the one job I had, for some fucking ungodly reason, they had an hour-long lunch break. And I was like, this is the worst, guys. And I would fall asleep. I have a sleeping kind of disorder thing. I can fall asleep at the drop of a hat, basically. Like if I'm okay, so I've been in the waiting room at the hospital with blood coming out of me, and I've fallen asleep in the waiting room.
That's
because
not
I
good.
sat there for so long, and I'm so tired, right? Like, and it was just like, and then I can fall asleep. Like, but anyway, on this 1 hour lunch break, I would fall asleep every fucking day. And then I'd wake up and I'd be like, oh, you get that weird shitty feeling when you had a nap for like 60 seconds and you're like, what happened, right? Like, fuck, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, I really had to work my ass off, and I'm sick and tired of it. Which is really funny because you think you'd start your own business and you'd be like, now I don't. That was like the whole thing. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get to go golfing all the time, and I'm like, if I start my own business, I won't have to work my ass off as much. And I worked my ass off fucking 16 times more than I ever did before, and I played fucking way less golf than I ever played. So there's your entrepreneurship lesson for the day.
Mm-hmm. No, I get
I
it.
used to call it rainbows and paychecks. This is not built on rainbows and paychecks. This is sweat and fucking slivers and like cut fingers and shit. But yeah, I feel like I'm fairly close, so I don't want to. I would not want to give it up now. Plus, I can't. If I give it up now, how am I ever going to afford that fucking that Zoom meeting or that Zoom course or whatever, right? How am
A
I
Zoom
gonna afford
course.
that? The course that you took or whatever.
Dude, it's like fucking 40,000, dude.
Well, how am I ever going to afford that then if I don't, make some money trading? Fuck.
Probably not. To be honest. And I don't even know if he's gonna teach it much longer.
Was he getting that?
He's getting fucking old.